Okay, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see here. Shrek, what? Shrek. What? Shrek? Oh, Shrek. I think it said Shrek. Like, what? Wait, Shrek. Where is Shrek? Where is he? No, it's Shark. Yes, yes. Hello, hello. We are back at it again with more, I forget what we're doing. More of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, with my buddy Scott. We're still having technical difficulties because I'm forgetful, and I need to figure out how to fix that stuff. He is Ineffable Aeon? Ineffable? Whatever, however you pronounce your silly name. I don't know. Something like that. But he is in the chat. Yeah. So we are in the middle of a trial for our good buddy, Gina. Oh, shock face. We're in the trial for our buddy Gina, who has been framed for murder, obviously, because she did not do the murdering. And it was pretty crazy because we found out there were, in fact, 3 bullets. Don't worry, I'm glad I have a VTuber and not my actual self, because I held up 3 fingers just now. Anyway, we don't know that technically. We know that there was another person in the shop, that's what we know for sure. So, take that. Yeah, she could be like McGilded, yeah. Yes, we do know that, yeah. Alright. Continue. We had to take a break because we realized the 3rd person that was in the, well, there was Mr. What was his name? The victim. Hold on. I can look at the court record. See what his name was. Winnebank. Pop Winnebank. We know the victim was Pop Winnebank. He was in the, his shop, his pawnbrokery. We know our buddy Gina, who we are representing, Miss Lestrade. We met these 2 doofuses, Nash and Ringo. These two numbskulls. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Yeah. These two numbskulls, we know it was our Winnebank, our girl, these 2 numbskulls, and then we just figured out that this guy, Mr. Egbert Benedict, was also, yes, 2 very upstanding fellows. Yeah, they don't scream totally little minions. They totally don't look like little skull and cross there on their lapels. Yeah, you know, totally outstanding individuals. And we got Mr. Eggman here, which is probably not his actual name, but oh yes, they don't scream cronies. Yeah, exactly. Which we actually looked out that one of the one person from the jury actually recognized him. The lady with the what's it called? The telegram thing, the Morse code thingy. Nope, nothing. Yeah, that screams henchman. That's the word I was looking for. Henchman. Yes, there. She knew the victim from work. Stop. Right. I know the band from work. Stop. Oh man. Apparently Mr. Winterbank worked with her. Stop. Yeah. But this is also the guy who tried to get the coat that belonged to Mr. McGilded. They also had, probably more importantly, the disc, the music disc thing that was in the pocket. Also our good buddy Shloms is still in the hospital, and one of the jury member did his surgery. Which is so weird. Who's reviewing these jurors? Like, hello? Okay, totally up to standard, totally. Oh yeah, and this assassin's also on the jury too! I thought he did. It was confirmed the surgeon guy did work on Shloms. Yes, he did. Yeah, because he was saying he couldn't find the bullet in Shloms. When in fact, the Shloms didn't get hit with the bullet. Yeah. Yes, we did find a clue in Shloms' little pouch, little pocket thing where he keeps some vials and stuff with some chemicals. There was one of the bullet we were looking for, the mysterious missing bullet. That explained a whole lot of inconsistencies with everything. It explained a whole lot. But he is still in hospital. Yes. Our good girl, her best girl, Cesato, is unfortunately on her way back to, yes, we found a clue! Did I say that? I don't know. Cesato is heading back to Japan, which is very sad because her dad is apparently very ill. I don't believe it. Cesatoro is going home. Yes, Cesatoro, as Gina had said. But you know what? We got Miss Iris with us. We got Miss Iris Wilson, who is so smart. I love Iris. She's great. She is fantastic. So she's helping us out. My Shloms is still in the hospital, and Cesato is away. I have a feeling Cesato didn't actually leave. I feel like she didn't leave. Something tells me that Shloms may have told her some information about this whole big conspiracy that's going on. And may have been like, hey, I think this is part of the whole conspiracy, trying to get rid of you and try to get rid of any support for our protagonists, for us. But of course she had to look as though she had left. I'm assuming maybe what is going to happen. She is going to get on the boat, right? Makes sense. However, at one of the first stops the boat takes, she's going to get off and then head back to London, I feel like that might be her plan. Yes, a classic fake out. Yes, absolutely. So then Mr. Strongheart, totally not. Man, look at him. His face is all in shadow compared to like all the other portraits. It's like, yeah, that guy, even Mr. Vampire Man, he only has part of his face, in shadow. It's like, no, this shadowy. It's like, yeah, thoroughly intimidating man. Yeah. Wields absolute authority in judicial matters. That sounds really bad. That sounds like a terrible idea for a single person to have that much power. That seems real bad. Really not good idea. So anyway, yeah. I think there's a big whole conspiracy going on with Mr. Strongheart here and his way of enacting justice, and that has also to do with the McGilded case, which we did find out McGilded did in fact kill Mr. Mason, thrice fired Mason, that dude. We don't know why exactly he killed Mason. I'm assuming Mason was some sort of informant who got the disc for McGilded. McGilded kill him in order to cut off any ties, and keep him quiet about this whole thing. Yeah. So, and I think that's also particularly why they're trying to blame good old Gina on this. Yeah, McGill did. Yes, that's probably why they're also trying to frame Gina, our buddy here, for this murder. So then she's taken to jail. And then anything that she knows concerning Mr. McGilded will also be hushed. We will find out. Yeah, let's get into it. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh boy, that's doing more accents. Hooray! My favorite. Let me take a good drink of water first before I do any accents. Okay. Let's see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do it. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Hey, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? The picture of her... Oh, you mean that's the photographic taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Right. There was the lovely picture of Gina holding a gun. Mr. Winterberg. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Innocent? I don't think exactly innocent of this crime? Yes. Innocent entirely? No, but... Of course I can. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened tonight. Reynolds cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still... Burglar. Yes. Murderer. No. Yeah, absolutely. She didn't even really burglar. She didn't take the manuscript. Yeah, I know, it's so scary when she looks like that. It's like, oh, serious Iris face is kind of like haunting. It's kind of just like, oh, okay, oh, like suddenly it's like, oh, this is the like PhD doctor. This is Dr. Wilson talking. This is the Iris. It's unsettling. This is Dr. Wilson talking right now. This is Dr. Wilson. This is not Iris, it's Dr. Wilson. The very serious, professional doctor. That's what makes me think is she's in serious mode. Yeah. Rena's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Yeah, now she's like, yeah, Iris, I'm your friend. Alright then. Alright, let's get down to... Gina's gonna tell her side of the story, finally. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-in-1 to Windibank's blanks. I don't know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Right, because she believed that, Sholmes was lying about it. That it wasn't actually at the pawnbrokers. I don't know what it's about, nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking in the lug with Windibank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark, as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... I don't remember... What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? I don't remember what I did for Windibank's voice. I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew... Picture, right. I grabbed the gun off the counter, was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon? I think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of paper? Oh, did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound, the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Yeah, Mr. Windibank's a good guy. Send the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did that all just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a pickup out in the main bit of the shop. The Sulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. Better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, I'll come with you, and... Oh, don't be foolish, girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Yeah, Windibank's good. He protected Gina. You know, even though she held him at gunpoint, he knows that she's just a girl. She's just a little girl. Not a little girl, she's 17, but she's a girl. She's still under 18, she's still young. She wasn't trying to actually rob him, she just wanted to check if the manuscript was there. That's all she wants. And I mean, she was the one being honest the morning before, so yeah, I don't know. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out to the shop. And back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, you see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Bang! Bang! Damn, boy. I heard a couple shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick like you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Interesting. She says 2 shots. Okay. Interesting. But there was 3 shots. Oh wait, no, because it would have been the last one be at Shom's when he stepped in. So it'd be this one that hit Winterbank, and it would have been the shot that hit the calendar. And then later it would have been they shot Shom's. Winterbank was a goner. I feel funny in the head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. Yeah, but why did she pass out? That's interesting. If I hadn't done what I'd done, old Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, they'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. We're just about to put the real culprit through the mill. That code, what was there in the, that code, what was there in the afternoon? The Egbert Benedict? Yeah. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Oda. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was the killer. He was a killer. No, I can never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm working? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for, you know. I don't think you were. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Who the victim in that was, Iris's father. Ain't that a winky dink? Oof. Right, yeah. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Which time we were accused? Before we got on the boat. Before our best friend was murdered. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ronosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. Yeah, we've got our BFF soul right here on Cheese Sword, yeah. We do. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and I'm no good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. You're our friend, Jenny. Iris, we know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Naruhoda, Oh, sniffle, sniffle. Defendant Gina illustrated in her will representative. Yeah, aww. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. Alright, we're gonna go find Eggman. I've been both a defendant and a defending jury. I've both been a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another, putting all their faith in you. This is at last the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzaru-san. I hope you're watching over me too. Partner, let's go! Let's do this! Fucking go! 17th of April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom! We back in here. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zix, you successfully subpoenaed the witness. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. For the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. And let's turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena on such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Ashley Graydon. Okay, Graydon. I wondered what I did for her voice. Mr. Graydon and I both work at one London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what is this all about? You are apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh, you gotta do a JoJo pose! JoJo pose! Gladly, my lord, gladly. Trying to make his voice as flamboyant as possible. But the JoJo vibe. Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but there's a suggesting I would colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detectives homebrewed oh my gosh, this guy needs to stop talking fancy. Tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. No one accused you of collision with those thugs, but now that you mention it... So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed for the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detectives who It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Ooh, by golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If in the defense's cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Runosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... hat trick! Ooh. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashing hat while we do. Just eat it somewhere. Alright. Enjoy vacation to pawnbrokery from some time to time. Okay, let's just press on everything. Let's just skip through everything. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Oh, dang it. Okay. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, if I... Oh. Witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He's Dr. Eggman, you can't change my mind. That's what I'm calling him. Yes, that's what I think of him too. He's Dr. Eggman. Dr. Eggman. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Okay. But I seriously just need to conclude these slugs. Be too brief question. Good person. Have you seen these two men here before? This pair. No, I don't associate with criminals. Why are they looking away? Like, I don't know. Nothing. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert. It's not Egbert, it's Eggert. Eggert Benedict. Eggert. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? A young lawyer there in the... This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? It was past the hour at which I would normally retire sternly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You were able to prove that? Objection! Listen carefully, my Lord Neopenius friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Dancing. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties were present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Right. Like, you wouldn't know who Mr. Sholmes is. Absolute BS. Oh, I assumed all Londoners knew the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Tusk, now in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh, you got something to say, buddy? You got something to say? Sir? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I'll let it up to you with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big, bruv, Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Go bloody governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Would you like to share that thought with the rest of the class? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must be them. Oh, you what? Mr. Nash Skulkskin, answer the question, please. And what went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, got nothing. I was just thinking, if he was his arm around like that much more, I'll open up for him again, that's all. Think? No, not me. I don't think he shouldn't, because he just mentioned that it's got a wound on him. On his arm. Oh my god. Idiot. Oh, well, that's funny. Maybe you don't know these two gentlemen, Mr. Graydon. However, it seems like Mr. Nash here seems to know you pretty well. You know you have a bit of an injury. Oh no! What wound? Wait! Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for making my job a little more easier. Thank you. Wait, not the Chronicles. It was only 2 days ago. Gonna be healed up by now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, he took the bullet, of course. I can't even do it. I can't even do his voice. I'm laughing too hard. I'm smiling too much. Oh my god. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So it was, well, you know, I was worried for him. Him and, oh! Balls! And bells! El's bells? Mr. Graydon! Did you hear that? If you looked up bubbling in the dictionary, you'd see these ghost pictures next to it. Absolutely. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches were talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet here on the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently grasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Ooh. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbeck's pawnbrokery? I'm pretty sure that's a full fucking lie. I bet there's another picture. Maybe not on us right now, but I bet there's another picture from the picture thingy. My lord, the defense would like the last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, Godson. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Okay. Bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Okay. I'm gonna do a little savey save. I'm pretty sure there's something we gotta throw at him. I'm not sure 100% which thing we throw at him. So, let me present. Can we... Oh no, but that's just a minute. This is for McGilded, isn't it? That's going to be good. Smile. Don't take it very much. Stop passing. No, the music box. The music box disc, because he had gotten blood on it. Continues to hold arm, yes. he had gotten blood on it, and Mr. Grayson, Detective Grayson, can contest to that. There was blood already on it before the murder of Mr. Winnebank. But I think it's this. Yes. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Winnebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That afternoon, however, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated, oh my gosh, I know how to say this. Reiterated, that's it. Ugh. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. Also, why is Mr. Grayson not saying something? He saw this dude the afternoon before. Mr. Grayson, Mr. Detective Man, hello, sir. You remember this guy? Huh? It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants too, also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. This is the meaning of this. So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Oh, shit, boy. Oh, that. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you owned out of pawn? What? You see, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc. Now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Sure, why not? I was never at the pawn shop. The disc I took at the pawn shop was mine. Yeah, that totally doesn't seem suspicious at all. The disc, alright. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. The filthy cutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night." Did I hear you correctly, sir? How did you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after acquitted for a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good Lord, Mr. Ray, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquitted? Yes, that's correct. Order? Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that from that name as a terror in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Grayden here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Alright. A disc. There's another disc getting from McGilded, but the blind belongs to me. Okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. Certainly. Exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbroker we trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, "Only Gilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and I was interested to discover that he shared my purchase in that area. So, the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced upon. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The energy ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. Yes. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in suburbs areas her kind frequent, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a virtual font of nonsense. Nonsense. I concur with the prosecution. So, you are refrained from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Had you ever been to Winnipegs before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Hark, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, this was taken by the police. Yeah, Mr. Grayson? Mr. Detective? Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Ooh. Gregson, you have something to say? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. Leave me alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. It is the Inspector. Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You would know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of those nefarious activities, are they? Cops like me have duties to carry out and we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you won't get more of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuable was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves were common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I haven't wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. Right on, do you have some evidence? I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Okay. Goat slipped the desk into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winnebago's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. Okay, wait. We have the... There's another ticket, isn't there? Let me examine this. One small box. That's what we need. So this was deposited a couple days before the murder in the omnibus. And then on the date of the omnibus murder, McGilda sent Gina to take the coat with the music desk in the pocket. So he was trying to get the box, the music box. Okay. This is what we need. Okay. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody today. But Gregsy's being very strange about all of this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay. So... don't just something for me. And I'm sending no brazen to break into the shop. Yeah, there we go. This disc was deposited at Winnebago's on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture aside, in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit a pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winnebago's. And this, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Winnebago's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Hug. This is the second ticket, is it? Then what had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft, unless the police found out about it, and they would take the box too. That's a good point. Dude, witness my solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Manzakes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's arguments, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winnebago's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show me the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recordings again.
That was previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter when Mr. Winnebago received his customers. and the other was set to capture the shelves, which articles were placed for sale once forfeited, but didn't show the back. It was in the back room. According to the information on this ticket, the guild's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13 April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forwarded items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. Okay. The victim certainly had a very full shop. And then here we have another print. This one would take about 2 hours after the incident. Oh, Mr. Okay. I see. So we have these two pictures to compare. Something has to be slightly different. Why does this box in the middle, like right here, like really stand out? Unless it was something that was in the box. So it was a music box inside of a box. So they could have taken it out of the box, leave the box there, and then take the music box part. That's what they could have done, if that was the case. But there's gotta be something different about these two photos. I just don't know. Oh, wait, I see it, I see the difference. This thing moved, this thing moved, this thing right here, this thing moved. This, right here, this thing moved. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. For me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that's exactly the same number present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ugh. I don't believe it. The fact could have just shown that he'd stolen the gilded pawn box. That's. I might not have been able to break him down. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runa? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, the one the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Don't know why. Has arch nemesis energy. Yes, Eggman's dance really reminds me of Shomes. He does. They have very, like, sort of flamboyant sort of energy. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. They're not the same. This thing moved. They're, point of discrepancy. This thing moved. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
You must identify the location in question for the court, Captain.
Indicate precise location of the discrepancy which you speak. Right here. Right here. Here. Right here. Right there.
Yes, Corey, confirmed. We'll spot the picture difference. Win champ. Yes, world champ 2024. Hell yeah. I had those I Spy books. That damn Waldo can't hide from me. I know what's what. That bitch owes me money. Jeez. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, oh god, 3D, it's like I One owes you money, snorted. Yeah, I love making that joke. Yeah, this thing moved. This little box moved. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. Oh, sure. What that tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterwake's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. And what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Does? I think so. The fact that it was moved, I don't know, means somebody was looking for that box. Yeah, because nothing else was stolen. Or nothing was stolen, right? However, that was the only thing that was moved. So that is significant. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. So we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Bensix. Right for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Hell yeah, Judge! Yeah! Take the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yep. Take that, prosecution! We getting our girl Gina out of this. Oh, the stare down. Was stare down. Ooh, the tension, you can feel it. You can feel it in the air. Alright. Should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while and turn the evidence brought forward. Truly hoodwinked by such a farce. Support. I beg your pardon, Lord Bensix. This is nothing but a smoke screen. A near-punny specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. You think that, but it's very important. If your lordship recalls, Miss McGill perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of the trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. How do you know it's commonplace, Eggman? Yeah! We don't know the secrets of that box, but the box held the music box, whatever it needed to play the music disc that was labeled for McGilded. That's what we need. And since it was just a music box from Windibank's point of view, not knowing the significance of it, put it out in the, the trinket area, big, I don't know, more trinkets and stuff. Very, very simple stuff. But in fact, it is incredibly important to everything. A trial which was established he was the upstanding member of society whose reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The Chronicles as upstanding member of Society Pod were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. So, was it your coat? You just said that... Sir? 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 Sir, what the fuck did you just say? This makes really a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold and jewels, is it though? Goodness knows, Mr. McGilder was rich enough. But you can't just deposit cash at a pawnbroker, quite. Prosecution argument is undeniably compelling. It is an incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. There we goes. To explain what possible significance this commonplace articles borne by the spy citizen could have. Well, counsel, this argument in fact demonstrable. Are you able to show proof that this, or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But, Jenny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Urs?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? No, we have to tell the truth. We have to let everything out on the floor. We have to have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? Yep, Van Zeeks knows, yeah. He knows. He knows something's up. He knew from the very beginning that Gina lied, McGilded lied, and everything. The prosecutor accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. And we know that he knows that we know. Yeah, and we know that he knows that we know. That we know that McGilded is guilty. Because McGilded knew of something that Strongheart is guilty of. And now we know. And I think the prosecutor, Van Zeeks, he knows. And I think maybe he thinks that we know. He knows that we know. That McGilded knew. Right? Right, yeah. Totally makes sense. Okay. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Lestrade. You witnesses currently on the stand may step down until further notice. Yeah. Then I shall bid you good day. No, you can't leave. Wait, you, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Oh, how's your wish? Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
Alright. We got this. Come on, Gina. You gotta trust us. You gotta trust me, and I trust you. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Neopony's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brick maker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted for the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now. 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, she didn't willfully, she was forced to. She was threatened. She was now willfully. That's the word. That's the important word in the sentence. Willfully. She was not willful. She was forced to. Yes, she was blackmailed / threatened, yes. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Dee, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now.
Iris?
We're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my lone friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. We're Van Dix. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilder's Bond articles and an extraordinary case of the omnibus are both secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, commodity solely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Okay, I want to look at stuff then. Where's this? This book. Can we look at this? Okay. Victims and deceased, the last declared omnibus day. Victims of death, Mason, East in London. Defendant Magnus McGilded, attorney Lord Van Seeks. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, surprise 4th witness testimony was all acquittal due to we have this, which has Mr. Mason's blood on it. We also have, okay, we don't have the thing with the codes. Okay. Okay. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down by my ears. About my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Alright. The real truth of the omnibus case. The truth is, that Brigadier Gove was in the cabin on the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from me and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops. That's when McGill slipped the driver something, do a run to the pawn shop around the bow. He threatened me not to snitch, and to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Dang it. Call the slaps, yeah. Gina, it's not true. You didn't tell the truth. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, there's every chance I may have dedicated an error in McGillicud's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up for the most wicked of schemes. Without your lordship is correct, a great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my lord friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The McGillicud fellow was brought into the court just like the pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all on out together. You're wrong, a lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. I don't think so. Are we really to expect to believe that? We really stitched everyone up, didn't we? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unbelievable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGillicud's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself in, this may well be worth hearing. Lots of one-liners tonight. Words fail. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Counsel, please say about cross-examination. He's like got his back turned. The real truth of the omnibus case. Chancellor Bekov was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillicud was the sole passenger, not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I'd say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGillicud and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Okay, so McGillicud was trying to buy the disc off of Mason. But maybe Mason wasn't taking the bribe. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, those wolves gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the gold lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGillicud picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
And he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was no noticed. Yeah, that's right. Plus there was a kind of rapid noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that bear on the roof deck went off to the slopes. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skyline and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. When they screamed, the diver pulled up the horses and Magilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the sea where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cobs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you, still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was in the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver? Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. But who went by the name of Beppo. If memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a ride to the shop, a pawn shop around the back, roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Winnebank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursions. The pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Blood 6. Miguel took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, and ended it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coin what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, you know sure the desk must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face and went running off like a lick. When the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin, he threatened me not to snitch and say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to escape it if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me that I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Then that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGood have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. That makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Why McGilded had the driver deposit at Winnebank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I left it to before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. I can't have been too easy to tell the truth like that. He's really put her faith in you, you know? Yes, and to think her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Right there on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing. What's that? Oh, shit! Whoa! Oh, Gregson, what you doing, man? Inspector? Why are you conversing with a witness? Sir? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I could do about it. Jesus had been cold, was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops. That's when the girl slipped the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Okay. So what do I do about those two? How do I get their attention? Anything I can do about it? I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. What do I... Besides this? Okay, hold on. Can I...
Objection.
No. Okay.
Hold it.
Cannons more useless trade.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Dr. Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Okay, there we go. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Oh. Thank you, Miss Lester. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over a price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, and at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't quite understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be found. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not? They were only going to be forfeited. Why should I have gone? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. As illustrated, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't gotten a clue. Then I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. Oh, did they get the box? Yep. The evidence of your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, so... Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh boy, here we go. Let's look at it. Okay, we continue. We're continuing it right now. We're finding out what's with that box. Oh, I'm excited. Ooh. Funny enough that a box might be the key to unlocking this mystery. What a fancy looking box. That bit fancy box. So this is the article in question, is it? Literal mystery box. Yeah! Today we're opening this mystery box. We're unboxing this mysterious box via a murderer, Mr. McGilda. Like and subscribe. This is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the wrong broker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winnebake's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Yep. It's a music box. It's a music box. Righteous, no ordinary box it is. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Yes. Too much to expect. I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Yes. Play it for me, Vampire Man, play it! Play it, please! So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited Winnebake's much at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord, it was not McGilda's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the bookmaster was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? Oh, hello, I have the answer. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. At last! Oh! I knew it. Gregson's like, oh wait, hold on. Oh no, Mr. Jonkheart's gonna get in trouble if that disc is played. Yup, they're in cahoots. Yes! Ah. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Gregson, I can't believe you. I liked you, Gregson, I liked you. No. Wait, my lord. Great. What is the meaning of this? The music box in this, well, they're unrelated to the case. Oh, no, they're just about somebody was in the courtroom with some snake music. No. This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of the police, clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it's the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Oh, simply shameful. No further delays, please. Let's... Okay, here we go. That would be Morse code. Morse code lady! Morse code lady! Morse code lady! Please, juror! Juror number, I think she's juror number 4? I don't remember. But the communications lady! I don't know. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh, it's too great on. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Sure it is. Sure it is. No, it's freaking not. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, it wouldn't be surprised if the officer said to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Manzix is like, yeah, sure. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music remaining from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! Yes, it can! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! How can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. I fail to see how it can be of any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. That's because I believe Gregson knows Morse code. If that's the stance of the defense, my dear Penny's friend, answer me this. Oh! I don't know. I don't know Morse code at all. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chemming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's not music. It is Morse code. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing are music. Not so smiley anymore, huh? Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deduction based on how people react to what you say? Just like earlier, you know?
Objection.
Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my dear police friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that his fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. I don't know. I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds like? What these sounds are? Something just struck me right now. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, they sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far and the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my Lord Neopenny's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof for this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to fight, get to fight back at this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is, well, fuck, I don't know. The evidence explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box. Is it the government secrets? I think it might be the government secrets thing. Hold on. Do a little savey save. Just to be sure. But I think it has to do with the newspaper.
Take that!
Newspaper council! The line is unbroken parishes and papers under unsupported, we can call it. Ah, no, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mold. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated in the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Job number 5, your input, please. Yep. Stop. Oh, me, sir. What is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work, deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your one-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh, snap, boys! Order! Please, everyone, order! This is a treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment! Too many new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of word I'd have expected you to know. Yes, this, yeah. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery by blood. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Still, the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Ooh. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Ooh. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Witnesses remain at the crime under scrutiny, and this trial is the matter of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winnick. Oh, yes. That being the most treacherous offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let's proceed. You may... Oh! Who said that? These two numbskulls! You gotta let us have a rabbit and porky governor. We've got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nat Skulkin. Occupation is professional laddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to set out our motherland. That's right, we what they call the Scree Skulkin Lovers. This guy again. Bad timing, fellas, very bad.
Is Gregson actually a skulking brother? Is that the secret going on? Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we've done is break onto the gap the other night like what he told us to do. And we know there was dodgy government secrets, Baba wouldn't have touched it. Did you just say that you were hired by Mr. Graydon? Sir? they are both flabbergasted. They're like, did that just really happen? When the judge is like, excuse me. Mr. Spoken. Well, Mr. Old Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? And on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry into the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Morons. We did go! We did it! Oh my god! Quiet down now, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this rookie business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And so shopping, was it? Bob looked in the dad, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, at the past, I will admit to the court record evidence. Alright. Now look at that, please, and thank you. I would like to look at that. I want to look at it. Hold on, I'm looking at this. I want to look at the box. Box, please. Can I zoom in? What is that? Is that important? What is that? What's that little hole? What's that? Oh! What is it, Rana? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So you get two discs. They would both play back at the same time. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? And the movement is like the other one. The cone's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note, or a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two cones isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single note we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes to produce are different. Music box that can play two tones. Interesting. Interesting. So what happens if I take this and put it on the other side? So this couldn't be more perfect fit. So there's no question that this was designed to be played in this box. And despite that, the sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
So there's another desk? Wait, where is... We need the copy, the disc copy from Sholmes. We need the disc copy from Sholmes. We need that. We need that from Sholmes. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So this is newspaper article headline. Is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? What could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important information communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. No, oh no, stop! Must say something! Stop! Let me guess. Jury number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us all responsible for setting up and testing the telegrams used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Mr. Team Leader. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop! Certainly in the presence of an idol. Stop! So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent encrypted and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something! Stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention. Oh my god. Thank you, Jerry number 5. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you ever so much. Oh man. Oh man. Oh yes, yes, yes. Oh my gosh. That's fascinating. Nothing to say to that? Nothing? Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in the presence of an idol. Stop! Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. May I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by the music parts aren't even Morse code. What are they? They're not. Anyone with a brain that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course! Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with what's called. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Haha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Oh, 2 tones. Okay. Ah, right. Yes, a short thought and a long dash. By combining these two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is a B. This is a B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. Well, there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. No Morse code. No! Really, you should be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before chasing aspirations in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked through using music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there be something I haven't noticed considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play Morse code? Yes. No, it's not impossible, but we don't have the other P's. Wait, hold on, I'm doing a... Wait, no, not that. I need a save, save. Because I don't know if it's a situation in which we have to say, oh, it's impossible, but it's not. It's not impossible. We just don't have the other disc. Gotta try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it blaze you in some way? My opinion is Fred. To repeat the same line of argument and inflection. It's already been established to be to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense is to put forward. You had better present your idea towards council. Or do you propose that this music box, which appears to be produced only a single note, would have been used to decipher secret messages into the Morse code? The other side. Oh, wait a minute. I've just noticed there's something about this music box. Yeah, it looks like the box opens up as well. Okay, open. So, yeah, boy. Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a shock. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support her claims. Oh, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And my armor in the court, not as the witnesses has pointed out. He was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 nights ago, striking a deal over the discs or discs. Dealers, space in the bookmaker. Exactly, and nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has, I must admit the argument presented by the defense is much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. They haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength right now.
You will reiterate your testimony, please, Mr. Gordon? If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class bricklayer girl negotiating with McGilded anyway. So no relation to the man. Yes. I'll look at the... Can I look at... Do you have a picture of Mason? No, we don't. Mason no. So 2 months ago, not Omnibus, McGildy killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with McGildy to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Nothing more to add on to that note unless it's been the witness. I think we have to get that cane? I don't know. Well, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. Okay. Let's talk to these skulking. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. What's that? See me though, thought he was just popping over for that after all them years. But the water had a dodgy job for us. Ash. Ash? Wait, Ash? Ash. You know. Thrice fired Mason. Ash? Maybe that's a bit too much of a stretch, but okay. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Well, this is sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Oh. Hello, other Mr. Skulkin? What do you have to say? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Oh, me. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in fancy whistle and flute and all, and yeah, one Adam and Eve. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a little one. He had the brains, and he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Cold blimey, ain't that the truth? I never melted it in Skulkin's milk run. That was a corker. Save it until after the trial. Your more reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your thought. Oh, Dookie's asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. He ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. So can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant tomorrow? The testimony, please. My lord? It's counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement, could hold vital information relating to this case. I'll counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulking's never skulking. Milverton Skulking's milk run. Gore them with a day. Wait. Milverton? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. I believe that was Mason's last name. Was it not? Can I examine this good old list? Mason Milverton! Mason Milverton! Mr. Ashley is the son of Mr. Mason.
Objection.
Is this the right thing? No? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me press on that.
Hold it.
But that's Mason's last name. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking. But what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to locals is what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name. So this business was a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon here involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, I thought little looks like you'd have to work that out.
Oh, enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at that moment of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It wasn't the happiest of times that one came. It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money for so much. His wife worked out on him. She took the name Grayton then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton thus.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname? Did it? Of course not. This is all buckum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two slaves? Or a communications officer attached to the civil service? Your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been a reliable one. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that right? Very well, yes. Ashley Graydon. One's Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley, yep. Yep. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago in the break-in at Windibanks? But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus, or with Mr. Gilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know. Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Yep, indeed. Your communication couldn't possibly save a confirmation. Besides, the sound produced by the music bar aren't even Morse code. With some low class brickman negotiating with me anyway, listen up. I have no relation to the man! Wait, let me do a little savey just in case, but I'm pretty sure I got this. Cracked wide open. Who's that?
Objection.
Yep. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? You mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is that you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Bye. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes. Stealing information being sent in governments, in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles Miss McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Baffled. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Yes!
We knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the box was moved. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
Rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was there only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh shit! Oh, his moving around actually broke the stitches. He broke the stitches. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winnipeg's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. The bullet wound absolutely isn't there. Yeah, totally isn't there. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? You got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and Volga, I reckon. Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Oh, he got angry. Fine. Wait a minute. I was there in Winnipeg that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I am into nothing more. Stealing government secrets. Negotiating with Mr. Milk-Gilded. As God as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down with a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winnipeg's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads to us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winnipeg was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winnipeg that night is you.
Hold it.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Oh, are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Yeah, right. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, hold on. Hold on. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Forget our client. This bastard needs to be charged with perjury. With his murder charges. Yeah, for real. But like, it doesn't make any sense by which way the guns would be firing from, right? Like, obviously when you enter the room, the pouch was more forward on Mr. Sholmes. So Sholmes would have been shot in, like, it doesn't make sense. There were two shots that came from near the back / the desk. The one that hit the calendar and one that hit Sholmes. And only one seemed to be pointed inward, which would be the shot with the one that has hit Mr. Winterberg. However, the gun, there was only one gun that was close. I don't fucking know. I'm like, my brain is rotting right now. It doesn't make any sense by the point of direction of which way the way everything was being pointed. I don't know. Then I must ask you to give your former testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Yeah, and I cannot wait to absolutely destroy your testimony. While those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterberg threw an ash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. But there was only one bullet in the gun! You piece of shit, there was only one bullet in Mr. Winterberg's gun. The killer was in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out to the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, enough to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. And then taking the murder weapon. What? Oh, no. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, but so about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Yep, he's wrong. If he's talking about the coat that she was wearing, which was Mr. McGillicud's coat, which did have blood on it, that was Mason's blood. Are you said blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. Yep, it was Mason's blood. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Oh, go Ted, could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, though, but we consider evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray in the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. It's so sound. Ideas are no use to us here in science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the bias of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. Bam! We could shatter all the vestiges of thought within these moments. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, B. Don't move, D. I'm gonna shoot. Yeah, the whole front of her coat has Mr. Mason's blood on it. Yeah, it's not the victim's blood, but the test, the thing that they're using is like just to test if there is blood present on something. I forget what the chemical is called. You know what it is. We've used it before. And yeah, luminol. Yes, luminol. You are correct, sir. So it's basically luminol is what they're using. The police are using. But that's not Mr. Windibake's blood. That's saying it's from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from where he was stabbed when he was stabbed by Mr. Gilligan, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Open 6. Make it all at once. Yeah, that's the blood from Mason murdered by McGilden in the carriage. Yes, because that was Mr. McGilden's coat. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Shit! Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Outside? Yes, my lord. Oh, cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Yeah, it's gonna be bad. Okay. Focus up. Okay, moment of the shooting. Well, there's a million holes in the story that don't make no sense. Richard jostling with the broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop. Mr. Winnebag emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars. That's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed I could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bud, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and I soon made him scamper. Have you still you sitting upon the board, says pawn poker together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gav. When I make through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yeah, so I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It wasn't exactly that moment that had happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I don't know what. No choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't quite strike home. And I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this people in the door you did mention? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom store is a job. It has stuff full. But there's a small opening in about the 8 that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? Not likely, but didn't see nothing of the sort of guff. I thought these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulker brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the brother, with the broker and the younger standing there. Find it? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight to the man. And what did you see next? The girl in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Where would he flee to? There's no other place to go. What? Doesn't make any sense. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But what was Mr. Winterbank's gun from? That was Mr. Winterbank's gun from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Spoken's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Doesn't make any sense. Then why would she have his gun in her hand when she got to the counter? But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Killing image, I must say. That doesn't make any sense. But how the wretched girl. All over her. Yes, there are the people I saw clearly. Of course, the stains were invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color? But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winnebank's blood, is it?
Oh, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Harley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
But she turned to Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, bother.
She tossed the gun at other people, so I picked it up and made my escape. But why would you do that? Did I think correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Where exactly? In the direction of the storm door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun to the people onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I can tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and... Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's all bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I wasn't paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance that with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bullshit, aren't you? Oh. So, what's going on here, buddies? What's happening? Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just finally shaking, Mr. Stroken? I mean, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, you grabbed me with him. What the blazes, he said? Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? And why didn't you? Oh, that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I get me prone to lose my sometimes. What are you? Uncle Plummet, so the way he's looking at me, I'm telling you, this dude give me the willies. The willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's certainly all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, it was definitely out of character.
Oh, Lord. Oh, shit, no. Requesting my lordship permission to interrupt their cross-examination. I know some officer. The results of the test I was about. Blood on the accused. Back. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. No, objection. Objection! No, I have objection! Please? So we have no objection, counsel? No, my lord! No, I object! No, I object! I object! I object, sir! I object, my lord! Well, there you have it. No more, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. What? And a report. Goodness me! Of a bullet wound. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winnebago's. I don't know that makes you say that, counsel. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winnebago's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the judge cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Neapolitan friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Yeah, 'cause he is. You conduct shadows only shred of respect you may have to earn yourself in this country. But that was... I put it by the Christ at your treasury is what it is. I determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope wouldn't know the answer to that problem. But it can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes specially formulated Mr. Sholmes as a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out whiskey to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How can you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, Counselor, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Yes, this time my testimony is true. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, this is the moment Sholmes comes in. My lord! Who is it? Oh, been a long battle this one, but this old whereas has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the sergeant has reached his final... Ready on? All for one now? Sir!
Guilty.
Fuck.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Fuck. Sholmes, where are you? Sholmes, get your stupid face in here. Well, it would appear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. As to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions, being equally successful. Ugh. I don't believe it! After I've come so far! How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh, who is it? Who could it be? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, You've delivered the report now. That will get all, thank you. First me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto. Scientific truth are determined not by science, but by none other than human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Is it Sholmes? It's fucking Sholmes! Hell yeah, I knew it, he's gonna show up. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Sholmes is back, baby! Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be here, had I not been on set upon an errand. Whatever.
Really you're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. No, my lord. If you will humor me. What matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zix? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. And they haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah, I knew it. Well then, goes up, you have 5 minutes. Hey, Sholmes! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mrs. Sholmes, are you reading? Van Ziggs knows something smells bad. Yep. I think Sholmes has the answer. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that might prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? Let's make the discussion as short as possible.
Hopefully, this place is full of idiots. Nothing can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took trouble to refine it for appraisal of the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this. My dear fellow. Is this from Cesaro? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Otto. From Mrs. Otto? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Cesaro-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made!
Ah! The picture thing?
Meow. Look, I use this!
It's the freaking door maker? The door? What? The little cat door maker?
It's my invention.
What is that?
The cat flap-o-mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy and Second.
Why would... What? What's it to? Mrs. Idle muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That tonight, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves. Yep. Mrs. Idle made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. To hide something? That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. So someone used this cat flapper-mat that night? But why? The cat flapper-mat has been entered into the court record. Where did she make the door? What? Yeet! Yep, I knew it. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Alright. I'm grateful for you for ordering us that brief recess, Miss Reba. I need no thanks. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt, my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. No. Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Further cross-examination? Where... Wait, can I look at it? Examine. Examine! Yeah, I'm gonna save. Hold on, I examine this. Is there anything about this? I don't think I have anything out of place. Whoa, those vicious teeth look like they rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are by attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. The this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat for even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cap flapper-mat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction. What can be so dull? There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna save. Okay, wait. Was the peephole not originally in the door? Suzato made the peephole in the door so she can look inside. But that was after the brothers had ran off and when Naruhodo had ran off to chase them. Because then Naruhodo came back and looked through the peephole. So the peephole wasn't there yet! Okay. Okay, I want further examination, or further cross-examination, I think. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
No! Shit! No, I don't want to. Yours have spoken. But according to the case, may not cross-examine a witness now. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that rather important details escaped our attention, Mr. Reaver. Yeah, we got interrupted. My lord. Crossing the lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Your objection, counsel? No, my lord. Temporarily. So nobody can say anything then. If you're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Greenan, the court is obligated to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my court. I can go to the Northern right to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I would not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in conducting the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? Following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to objectification. Second, counsels, you will not press the witnesses any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. I must pass out now. Oh my gosh. Mr. Somebody call the doctor! That was a doctor! He's a doctor! Help! F in the chat! F in the chat for Sholmes! So, and so consequently before the courts in a state of such high fever. If the man has an extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he is feeling very low now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike him when he's down, why don't you? Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susanoo-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well done. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright. So, I think the cat door maker thing is what made the, quote, peephole in the door at Windibanks. But it didn't exist until Susanoo-san used it to make the hole. And the only time she had to do that was after our character had ran out along with the three thieves. Well, apparently Mr. Greedon here had left before the two did, before Mr. Sholmes, and us had
arrived at Windibanks. They then shot Sholmes and ran out. Our character, Naruhodo, had went and chased them out, while Susanoo and Sholmes were still in the shop. During that time, Susanoo-san used the cat door maker thing to make a hole in the door because the door was locked in the back room door, in order for her to be able to possibly unlock it, or just to see what's going on. And then we came back. I'm assuming that Susanoo-san must have held on to the door making thing to make sure that the police didn't take it. Okay. The moment of the shooting again. While I was right from adjusting with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Making through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. There's a man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. I think this is it. Okay.
Objection.
Yep, this is it.
I don't know if that's center contraption, Council.
It's like half football mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to go in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the doors. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't, to start with. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's store. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I can see what this has to do with my daughter. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's us.
That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it says you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us worked together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
We can make a peephole in any door you want. Yep. There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony.
How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? Council, what did I say what you mean?
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? Wasn't made yet. Yeah, the peephole wasn't made yet, and I think we can prove it. Yeah.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information,
it became apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Just like this machine does to make cat flaps. Elizabeth, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, his testimony had no hold, so exactly, that people did not yet exist in that door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any credence in this explanation? None whatsoever, as my long friend must surely realize. Exactly. That is some cheap trick designed to disgrace me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you, sirs, expect people to believe that they then can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh, it's designed to be very powerful. It can cut through even the tallest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I have a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wendy, Chloe, time for dinner. Cutie.
What you mean a cat flap in the chair? She made a cat flap in the door to the ground. Oh my god! I love Iris. She's great. When did she do that? When did she do that? That's so funny.
Well,
This is your belly. What the man cat flaps you belly in the belly? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This isn't being the peephole in the storeroom. The old Winnebags was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, that's easy.
What?
The cat flaps and cat flap-o-matic are all fixed of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Winnebags aren't an exact
Okay.
Hee oh, Silky's lost her words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial system has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. And what is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zinks? Very simple, my lord. And argues that the paper was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact there's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my lord friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? That's all, Lord Van Zinks. Well, that's all.
Don't give up now, Randall. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. I can do a little savey save. Suzuda-san is the greatest judicial system in the world. Hell yeah. Very well, the council of defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people on the door when the bank store was created after the event and not before. Oh,
I want to look at this, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and then can I look at this one? This is nonsense. Zada-san. Zada-san. People, the Wonder was created after the events and not before. Present!
Take that!
What are you? Transfer the devices and no cameras again. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Otto Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in direction of the defense broker. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see it up for the gun. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh, God. Order! I certified that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely falseless. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My unlearned friend assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, there's more forensics. The defense may have established a preemptible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. But I was at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat store after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Ruth? As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might not have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lines you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
This is a provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had a knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, oh, the coat!
Yeah, the bloodstains in the coat. He should never have seen. Never should have seen her. Is that right? I don't know. Hold on, let me save. Save me, please. AC now. He could have been looking through the people. Yeah. But there's a lot, unless he was there gun in hand shooting. Yeah. People. The point is that not that you lied in your testimony, Ms. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Oh, because he was talking with Gregson, Inspector Gregson. And they were coming up with a false testimony together. And Gregson mentioned the peephole. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, the cat's got your tongue, witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. The place is chock full of bones. I suppose that my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shift, so we got through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storm door. So the fact that its existence forms the bias of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon didn't maintain that he witnessed the crime take place during the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Six? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now. One of my reports, there's nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed by it. By someone else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Yes, they implicate Mr. Gregson. Yes, Inspector. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his full testimony? Oh, it was Mr. Tobias Gregson. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Who could have been doing that the whole trial?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for our testimony were made with great urgency during our long recess. On the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You are suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. He stood there whispering information. Hello? Yes. Right? No, they literally, because during Gina's testimonies, she was implicating that Mr. Grayson, not Gregson, Grayson, was involved in the crime. So during that time, because now they have, oh shit, somebody is testifying, saying that Mr. Ashley was there. Oh well, we have to think of a plan in order to then point the blame back at her. And that's what they did. That's what they were planning right at that moment. Why would I be giving away the details of our investigations to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. I do forgot that. Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time those two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Okay, but they were. I missed something right now. What is it, Iris?
One time before, wasn't it? I think it's when Guinea was testifying.
That's fine. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! Yep. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe-rag! You're making this all up! I respect both God and your inspector for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, he wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was a part of a deal of some kind, and that starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The other disc! I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance? 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 I don't know. But will I...
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is the Neopony student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. If evidence? Just what are you proposing? That the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. The other disc. Malfeasance? Malfeasance? Okay, whatever. Dr. Gregson did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. Never mind. Whatever. Malfeasance. Malfeasance? Malfeasance. Lord, logically, there must be one thing that he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Malfeasance. Malfeasance? Malfeasance? Malfeasance. 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 That's really hard to say. Malfeasance. 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 You're overthinking it. Well, that's what I do, okay? That's like what I do most of the time is overthink things. So, yeah, I am overthinking it because that's what I do. I overthink everything. That's why I like playing this game, because I get to overthink everything.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. It has to be the second disc. I must press you for an answer now, Counselor. But Evans explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness. I'm gonna do a little bit of savey save real quick. Just cause I would like to do that, please. I'm not sure exactly which piece of evidence points to that. Let me see. I think I have to use the newspaper.
Take that!
You have to say for yourself. Okay, no. That's not the right thing. Okay, so it's not the newspaper, so is it the music box? Okay, so it's the music box. Music box.
Take that!
Yep, okay, that's right. Music stopped. Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting on now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what allured to what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession or the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you conveniently made a deal with Mr. Braden in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... I don't know what's going on with my voice now. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winnipegs, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is in the guild, it's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it him. It's mine, that is mine. Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in evidence now. Scotland Yard has already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily. I presume because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. I mean, not likely, I wasn't that sure of it myself. That relates it with a possibility, that's all. Spectre, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? What in the to this man and giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Braden could have known of the existence of the people. A deal with explanation, a deal was struck between these two men. Oh God! And the proof is in the pudding! Or in Mr. Gregson's pockets. And I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly you would not have accepted a judgment disagreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, the mean to say. Inspector Grayson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person. Yes. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Finally, they could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gracie hasn't moved from the witness stand instead.
My lord, please order examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. I'm just gonna have a little nom of chips here. Nom. This young lady wants to tone down his imagination. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. If he'll put this matter to a bed and spell any doubts about my involvement, then I'll have the least of it to a bloody smash. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precedents on which you now teeter, my lord. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. The struggle will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Well, Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. So what you're saying is there's a very big incentive to cover this up and punish us to save Egg from getting on people's faces. Yes, indeed. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search somebody else? Hold on. Need to save. Because Gregson then grabbed the collar of the other thief. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted. Oh! Don't say you would warned, but your typical Japanese evidence may well land you in a hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. If I've got nothing to hide, well then, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Nope, not the inspector. Defense demands a search, but not Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought. Oh no, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? What's the hell last of you, sunshine? Of course you shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. This guy. Be quiet, all of you. Who said that? Oh, Iris.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do. Have the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this gorge isn't all the defense counsel's conviction. And he gets his next words. What? Don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who is the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. I'll tell you, whom do you request the search now? It is this dude, because he was grabbed by Gregson.
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. Save maybe first. I think I got it. It has to be him. Well then, perhaps restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Nice. Gregson. Yeah, I got it. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, subject to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Six, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Enough! Carry out the search! No, hold on, no more. I don't know this. Oh! Ah. Yeah, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music disc. Mox disc. Don't know nothing about nothing. There's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Grayson? Oh no, Mr. Skulkin, whatever you say. Golden Betty, I mean, just learn nothing about that. This God. So, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged state that was struck by was between this and this detective. No? Without question, my lord. But he's sick. I don't know. Was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who really loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't know what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You do nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon was answering my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. He didn't know. Thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. Oh, wishing I had been born as me brother was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? God, he just suddenly turned at me was that and started shaking me. Why, blazes, didn't you mention the gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. You'd right down me, he did. Me head still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Grayson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my weak. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, I don't know what he then proceeded to hide it in another man's pockets. This is a court of law. He could have submitted it to his evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. It would not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current ascent has some special conditions. Motives were cover the medium used in the convey secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. Top secret assignment. As far as we're aware, the information stolen from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched in the court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all pretense? Man. Oh no, it's Dr. Gregson. And you, Mr. Brandon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly. Please. Mr. Green. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
But then,
How do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain.
what?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You! What?
Man! Oh, man.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Of course not, he's not gonna admit. Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I've acted in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. So quite a contrary indeed. Rarely have I gotten such extraordinary, tumultuous and concluding of a trial. Thus, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time we put the matter to jury for their final hearings. Oh, now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of item. Stop! Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I can say.
I don't believe it. The 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson? If they declare the decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then
We're going to lose.
either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winnebank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well, then, Counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision. No, that is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far enough to present to the court. If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their learnings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, right now. You have to throw some evidence at them.
This is it. It comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Okay, this needs some savvy. Oh, okay. Okay. What evidence do I have? Hmm. kind of want to point it to Gregson. It's hard. Dr. Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witnesses here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. It's me a chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One piece of evidence get his effect. Detectives meant to deal he's close. I feel like it. I don't know if it's right. Besides, Mr. McGinnis, peculiar music box, Council. Yes, with the disc already in place and ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc, we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, is this Council? Wait, I can't. Did you do that? Why not? Because well, there we go. Got him. Fuck yeah. Because with this case, that's right. It has everything to do with this case. Not true, Inspector. The evidence is already proposed. The sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And we have a chance to confirm that the theory. Crying out loud, sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! You go letting the old courtroom hear that confidential information like that? It's treason! Then do you admit the charge? Then in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! You let that secret information out in the public domain? You get enough of the entire British government, you idiots! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. Then you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Ooh. Oh. That just gave me chills. That legitimate is giving me goosebumps, that line. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Chills. Chills. Goosebumps. That is badass. Oh, that's awesome. And Ziggs is thinking, now drink to that. Yeah, hell yeah. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on then, Ziggs. Please, stop it.
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by... What? He's getting comfy. He's getting comfy to drink that. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppets. Oh! Oh! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Oh my god, chills. Goosebumps, chills. This is awesome. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. And thinks our new fan confirmed. Yes. Oh, then see. Give me a chalice and pour me a drink, boy. Well, cheers to that. Health to the... officer stands here, then that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, I'm going to listen to this music box set in operation once more. This time, the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. And juror number 5, please tell us what it says. Alright, a minute, whatever you want. But for the love of God. It's too late now, Gregson. It's too late now. We already played it. Boy. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Frisk, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day or two. I may have something okay. Well, Inspector, with me at this very moment. It's all but a trade. I suggest you accept. All information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storm door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You. Lord Kane, traitor! Oh, shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! You're not mine! Oh, shit, boy! Shit, boy! That's it then. It's all over. Alright, so. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. Oh. If that doesn't get a not guilty, I don't know what. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but toil all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. Oh, we're getting a pity party now? So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hell. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McCoden.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. If you need to, you go along with me and little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McCoden would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The law had the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to assure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once had been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate more code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become. He was a different man to the one in my memory. Then, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Much my tools with you. They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. And by splitting the information in two, we're taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilden in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilden for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened to the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I had sold the man information that way of a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to pay with his money. It doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden and not yourself? When I received the thousands and guineas after my first completed dealings with Miss McGilden, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Sometimes there's an exchange. You'd better let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." What a good dad. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilden. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd given to him. I've asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Oh, shit. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster McGill really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge. Oh, he's like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, the good had brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Oh. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 minutes ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. The girl himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Holy shit! He was the one who set the omnibus on fire? Holy shit. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Wow. Thing is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was at the let him leave. Sorry, convenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. For the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he would examine the omnibus again. So Strongheart was just incompetent, so to set up as McGilded's counsel, or desperate since no one else would take it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This also might have something to do with the fact that when we were back in Japan, we got framed for Iris's father's murder. I don't know. Seemed like Strongheart was trying to sabotage McGilded, but I guess we were wrong. It's still possible he was still trying to sabotage McGilded, because he did make us, the random foreigner kid, be his lawyer. But he just didn't account for McGilded to sabotage the whole thing. So like, see that I feel, yeah. That's right, an imposter, led by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in the testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Mr. McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spitefully indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. That was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in my trial 2 months ago. Only because it had been removed from the scene of a crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now, with an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young men. What is this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Aye, the pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it through the demon article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for ye. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if it had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. And when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork in the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets were progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay on our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the Spectre here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker, and that day I became nervous. I showed the music box, and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find these articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, Skulkin Brothers. Regrettably, yes, it seems. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I had sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot ran in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Booker fired his gun, the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. He just admitted to having his own gun. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction. Let's kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door for refuge. Sorry, Ted. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Ash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened to Whittabanks on that wretched night. Man. Wow. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. A tragic irony. But what you have done, exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw. Despise so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Man. What a case. Well, it has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it seemed that at last we arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Grade? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Whittabank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. Now, fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final intoxication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Goddamn squadron standing by, sir. This is relief now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bam. I saw the freaking surgeon doctor just BAM! Hits his head on the table to make the thing go up.
That's the stuff. I'm good. Finally, Rena, you finally managed to do it.
Finally, it's the word. I really wasn't sure if it'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
So Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
While you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winnipegg's order of inquiry, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillard's property. Sims?
Hey! I haven't done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillard's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Amending that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it's certainly the most unexpected revelation, Watson. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Grayson to admit what he's done here, so... Ben Dix is head of our fan club, confirmed! Hell yeah. If I may say something on that point, isn't that who? Yes! 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 I was wondering. Yes. Yes. Oh, what's she gonna say? Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. About the sounds produced by the music box before, I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madame, unhealthy level obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two identical notes. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? The defense would like to listen to the music box again. Oh, I've run. How many times have I been telling you? Oh, this little secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGillis conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Gaydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Dang it! But it's really going to bother me! Our good little Iris, are you able to, I don't know, perfectly replicate that machine and somehow make another copy of the second disc? That would be wonderful, Miss Dr. Wilson. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That what you have seen here today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. The falling spirits befallen each child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. Beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The war ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start them at some. You've gotta change how you are yourself. Well, it's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I really look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. I mean, unless she's like a lawyer. That'd be cool. Now we'll go to murder of Mr. Pop Winnebeck, provided a pawnbrokery business on Brick Street. I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Fireworks! Oh, hell yeah! Bam! Awesome! Yes. That was all gorgeous of joy! Hell yeah, boy! Hell yeah, boy! Oh, shit. Hey, Nancy, how's it going? How's it hanging, buddy? We get to have that drink together? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far-recent friend.
Oh!
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishmen, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. No, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Neo-Japanese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh shit. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Interesting. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Ooh. Alright. Then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Neo-Japanese fellow, until we meet again. Ooh. Ooh. Let's just finish off this chapter. I think we're getting close to the end of this little chapter. So we'll get to the end of it, hopefully soon. Hopefully. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraoda. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's up about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever as before, see? Kept a promise in me properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But just cause I've never been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Well, if you say so. Don't make a foul lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, packing in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ronosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Hello? Oh! Wait! I don't need press that, Raka! Wait! God, hospital, you idiot! Stop playing dress up! What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see? Gosh, take it. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. And I was, but I managed to escape again. God damn it. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. A very above board. But enough of my adventures. It was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. Suppose, friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having us news in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but I'll have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? What? So I thought it. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. The Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial it was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified with the fact of fate of Mr. McKilden, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Him upstairs know what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog chogger what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, them upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give me a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was a very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Hey, Hurley!
the main entrance, especially me there.
Iris, my dear, to apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This bear made me utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I've a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dogs didn't notice my presence at all. I had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Could you credit it?
Surely.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you have to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
Oh, be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got some stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box, trying to stop what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think I'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But that ain't an offensive job, ain't it?
I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Oda? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slum. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's what I'm going to do, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
No. Nothing. Miss Nina Lestrade. Prison carrier to the right, man. Come with me to rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Oh. Smoke grenade. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. It's a good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Oh. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Oh. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, it's Guy. It's so sweet. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pickpockets.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's special, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. What do you say, Harry?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And well, people answer that question about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater confidence. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie.
Aw, shit, boy. But, there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Jones? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. We already know we shall be there in a time for dinner. I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it may be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Alright, we're gonna say bye to Susato. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. Took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Otto, where are you? Susanna! Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Oh, shit! Wait, what are you doing? Mrs. Otto, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruto? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Aww. Aww. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not whether I'm practicing law in any way now, so I'm saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Suzato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Suzato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That's me. How did you even come to have it, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
We had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
So much fun! I still remember those armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, then you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it. Both noticed for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomet, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Wenderbank's shop with him later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Haruhodo. Wait! After Miss Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The door? Storm door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I'd put on my sleeve sprang into mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So you used the flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, the information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through that hole in the door,
a sight that melted my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilden. Thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winnebank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony to this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
Which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Sissy? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police?
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possibilities and means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit to the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Lozada decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, Miss Lestrades.
Mrs. Otto. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied to in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Otto, what you did saved Gina's life. Oh, with your kind words, Miss Naruhodo, you've saved me too. My regrets.
Aw. I mean, it was wrong, but it worked. Yeah, exactly, it worked. Ooh, a big drink of water. Ooh. Well, one of those big drinks of water that makes your sinuses go, whoa! Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages in our Haruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that
argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. A cipher? I see. So then, we can never have hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow! That's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? A. So... Asogi? What?
Well, that could be a real word, can't it? How funny.
Wait! Iris! What did you just say?
Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. Oh shit, Asogi Kazuma? Holy shit, what? 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 Holy shit. What? What?
What?
But how? How do you know the name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius!
I thought it probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But when I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
It's in Japanese! Because she's saying that she ciphered the code. She deciphered what the code was from the music box. But she didn't understand she couldn't figure it out because it's not in English, it's in Japanese. So one of the words was Asogi, which is Kazuma's first name.
That is in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Many countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha penguin.
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Otto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent time studying it. Oh shit, boy! Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. And might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please!
Of course!
Shit, boy. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma. Kazuma Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson? Gregson? Tobias Spriggs then. What? And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is this, Dizzy? Don't keep us in suspense.
Whose name is it? Is it mine? Is it?
Last name.
It's Jay Wilson. Holy shit. Wait. What? So is that So wait, is Jay Wilson Iris's father? Holy shit, okay. Well, we know 2 of these people on this list are dead. So what does that mean? What? Holy shit.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It says only Jay Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. That is all 4. What does that mean? Holy shit. This is a crazy-ass conspiracy. Okay. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Rena come over?
Yes. Technically, it could be. Except he's not. He's a little bit, dead. Oh, well,
No, it's not likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with a surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. I mean, you gotta tell her sometime, dude. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibake's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much, and wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Otto! I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Puria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sazado takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Aw, man. It sounded like he's about to pull out a ring for a second there. Yeah. Oh, the scene. Animated scene, I think. Yep.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Aww.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Aww. That's so sweet. Oh, hello? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Shums? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train. Apparently. What?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Zato.
You love defending yourself in court. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Shums? Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Blow it out, my dear fellow.
I love Rita's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! Oh, so that's the end of the first game of the Greatest Eternity Chronicles. Because there's 3 games in this set. So this was the end of the first game in the set. Oh man, that was great. I love it. The following 600 music box arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot that was just what I had ordered at the moment. I'd better come for sale with used by Mr. Schultz to solve in 4 days, and the money I earned. Insulting detective work pays a bit so in comparison. Jesus Christ, if we just skip the next game, if so there isn't there. I'm sure she'll come back. I'm sure she will.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript's due tomorrow. One, I'm thus busy. Harley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an understatement for some dry toast and stupid coffee. I miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
You gotta go. Yeah, we've been here for so while. Oh gosh. Talk to you later. See you, dude.
Your testimony is written in contradictions. I'm ready to providing the horns and under stakes themselves. I don't know what knows his brother, but is the manner of calling my son.
See ya, dude.
This is my quarters, no place for your petty arguments.
I'll tell you if anything interesting happens. Having delivered the Russian residents to shore in Shanghai, I laid low in the seaport train for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
All I do is get one guy's fingerprints in my pocket. It's not fair. Oh my god. Those kids. Oh, kitty. Oh my god.
Oh, sugar. Scientific investigation will be a gold standard for policing in the new age. I do a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of bullets meshed together in a perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I put 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Oh my gosh, my voice is like
Dying.
oh, it's so good. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, Mr. Grayson, latest Reds magazine out. I'm at it again. Say that one line she broke, now I get a standing ovation. What do you But I suppose, what amateur. Nature puts me to shame. Oh my god, so funny. Oh, it's been so great. I love this game.
Visiting the gold girl on daily basis, the course showing my old jailbird. I say, battling with those bloody stairs every day has done wonders for her digestion. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business cheap to play safe. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Yeah, he's doing a bit better. That's good. Sounds like he's getting moving around more and doing stuff. That's good.
Oh.
Oh, he's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper. Nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting some small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for the Londoners. I'll drop pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, pet. Oh, Raleigh.
I love these credits. They're so fun. Oh my gosh. Man, looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But this comes every day for nada, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Shlums is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. She gonna be like an informant? Cause that'd be cool. Yes, I renounce my upbringing to a life of sophisticated crime. But please.
Come over, brother. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We got talked up and come back on Motor and soaking milk running.
The Three must go. What's it? Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. That's so funny. Oh my god. That's great. I love it. The three amigos back together again. Oh. This past 6 months has been the time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters, I'd come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Aww. Aww. How adorable. Oh my god, that's so freaking cute. Stop. That's so cute. They're so dang cute. I can't. That's so freaking cute. Oh god. Aw. How cute. Oh my gosh. What a cool thing of credits. It's so fun. I love it. Man. Oh no, come back! Come back! No. Oh no! That's so sad! That's so sad! Oh my god, no, that's sad! Aww! Now I got his sword. Oh, oh, Susado's following me behind. Oh, I love this. I love getting to see all the characters again. Mr. McGilded himself, the one and only. Man. Shomes. Is he gonna walk with us? Yep, he's gonna walk with us. Yay. It's so cute. I love him. Iris! She's so cute.
Mr. Prosecutor Man. And those 3 darks.
Gina!
Oh, but now Sasado's not gonna leave the group. We have to say goodbye to Sasado. Oh, okay. Capcom, yeah! Their poses, adorable. Yeah! Oh, that's so cute. I love them. The Greatest Attorney's Adventures! And... oh, man! I love that. I love that. Oh my god! Look at that! Fleeting farewell. The achievement I got. Wow. Look at that. Saving. These Eternity Chronicles. Wait, is that it? I have no idea, honestly. But I thought there was more to the Eastern Night Chronicles, but I have no idea, I guess. But I guess that's gonna be it for now. We'll see what's going on for next week then, I guess. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. It's been a lot of fun. I'm really excited. Play more Ace Attorney. And, there's gonna be the Edgeworth investigations coming out to the, Switch, which I'm so excited for. I can't wait, because one of those, there's 2 games, I believe, of the Edgeworth investigations that, one of them was translated, the other one had not had a official translation and release in the United States, so that's awesome that they are releasing both of them. So I'm so excited for that. So the screen. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. See whoever wants to hang out next week for some more mystery solvings, crime fighting, baddie stopping goodness, some big brain thinkings. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Good night. Bye.